so we've got some Vikings in East Anglia. Worryingly, they've now got horses. What do they do with them?
So according to Anglo-Saxon Chronicles, they now start moving around. They've got the seasonal warfare. So they go in a place and then they overwinter and camp out. So one of the first places they go to is York.
Up the A1, up the Roman road to York.
Yeah, so they are probably using a lot of these Roman roads, a lot of the sort of really quite useful access places. And they're also really good at taking advantage of some of the internal warfare going on. So there's a lot happening in Northumbria and in York at the time.
That's a really good point, because Britain is divided like at no other time in its 2,000-year history. You've got various things going up in what is now Scotland, lots of little principalities in Wales, Northumbria here, Cumbria, Mercia, it's all divided up.
Absolutely, so you've got these separate kingdoms.
The first kingdom to face the full wrath of the Vikings is Northumbria. The army, probably consisting of several thousand warriors, heads north, and in the year 866 they reach York.
One of the major cities of England, probably one of the top 5 most important cities of England, is now in the hands of the Vikings.
Exactly.
The Anglo-Saxon Chronicles give us a dramatic account.
Breaking open the town, some of them entered in. Then there was an immense slaughter of the Northumbrians, some within and some without. Both the kings were slain on the spot.
But although the history tells us that the great heathen army was here, no traces of that army have ever been found. In 870, the Vikings leave York and return to East Anglia, and here we can finally pick up the trail of the great heathen army.
So I love this place. We're in Thetford, little nondescript market town in Norfolk, but look at this place, unbelievable! It's a gigantic Iron Age and Norman fortification.
Yeah, and what's so exciting here is that this may well be that first place where we've got the documentary evidence for a Viking camp and possibly also some archaeology.
No way, we can see why. I mean, you've got the giant Iron Age fortifications, ramparts. You've got a later Norman motte in the middle, so the Iron Age tribes thought this place was important. The Normans certainly did, so Vikings may well have done as well.
Yeah, I think that's part of the key. It's finding those places that made sense for a lot of people, and they would have made a lot of sense for the Vikings as well.
So we're quite close to the North Sea here. When do you reckon the Vikings head inland and set up camp here?
Well, we definitely know that they came to Thetford in the 869 to 870 overwintering, but we know in 865 that they were in East Anglia as well, and it's quite possible that this was the same location that they came to that first year. We just don't have the evidence for it yet, but quite often it would make sense to come back to the same location later on.
This could be the place where they met King Edmund, they asked those horses, and they set off into the heart of Britain.
Quite possibly.
Right, let's head up to the old Norman motte, take a look. I think they often used Iron Age hill forts, so-called, as defensive structures.
Quite possibly, but all we really know is from the records that they certainly had fortifications, and it would make an awful lot of sense to use something that's already there, something that's ready-made essentially, rather than making your own.
So lots of Viking objects found just over there. God, that's so exciting. This might be the first evidence of a Viking winter camp in Britain.
Possibly, yeah. So it'd be great if we could actually associate these with them. So this, for example, is a sword that was found with a burial in that housing estate over here. And then a bit further down, other excavations uncovered lots of fragments of weapons, including these arrowheads. And one of these is of a type that was not really used in England at the time, but it was used in Scandinavia.
Right, okay, that's good enough for me.
Yeah.
What's going on? What's the point of a winter camp? Why are they staying there for ages and dropping things? Why don't they get attacking?
Yeah, well, this seems to be a very deliberate strategy, and what the reason for that really is that you have some time to catch up, to repair your weapons, to repair your ships, so you've got a ship army as well, get any resources that you need. And as we well know, winter is not the nicest time to drag a force of thousands through the muddy English landscape.
Yeah, the roads, the tracks turn into...
Exactly, so it makes sense for an awful lot of reasons, and you sort of regroup, maybe you get new people joining the force.
The reinforcements could come in to from Scandinavia. The North Sea coast is really pretty close to here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know from those records in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle that there are several points when the Great Army gets reinforcements and several forces join it, and so they get strengthened and for whatever purpose.
This is so different to the Vikings that just come to raid and then go home again. This feels like the beginnings of, well, occupation. Do you think this is temporary or is this something more permanent?
We know that some of it is temporary, so they have these camps and they move around the country, but actually there's quite a lot of evidence that this is the first stage of a settlement process. So some of them clearly do stay and they intend to leave something permanent behind and have essentially a new life here.
This is the beginning of the Viking conquest.
Absolutely.
And in the forest not far away, Kat thinks there might be evidence of that more permanent Viking presence.
So you haven't been here before?
No, this is the first time, but I've wanted to come here for a very long time.
Why do you think there's Viking activity in this terrain here?
We're not very far from Thetford here, but in 1857 some workmen found a Viking grave, or possibly a Viking double grave, really close to here, Sanson Down. That's just around the corner, and we know we've got camps. And then what's really interesting is if you look at the maps, there's actually an awful lot of mounds in this area, and nobody's really looked at those. There is a chance that some of those could be Viking as well.
So we're looking for mounds in here. See that? There's a huge. Should we go off-road?
Yeah. The maps there, as I've shown, are definitely in this area.
The trouble is, it's difficult to see, isn't it?
Yeah, this forest was planted very recently, and it kind of hides pretty much everything. Yeah, I think this might be it.
Yeah, it definitely feels like this could be a mound. A big one, actually. Really big one. So is this typical of how the Vikings buried their dead, right across the Viking world?
Yeah, so especially in Scandinavia, we do see burial mounds as one of the most common forms of burial. We also do have them at a very select number of places in England, and in particular, right next to one of their most significant Viking camps.
So what's it mean that all these little mounds that we've always seen on the map and noticed as we strolled past might actually be Viking burial mounds?
One of the big questions, and one of the things we haven't quite worked out, is how these raiders really turned to settlers. We know that we've got, really huge numbers, tens of thousands of Scandinavians settling in this country, but that sort of transition, those early phases especially, we don't really know very much about them. So if we can start to understand, start to find those graves, start to find out who those people were and what they did, where they lived, then perhaps we can find that sort of missing link between raiding and settlement.
Yeah, I guess the Great Heathen Army didn't leave behind a huge footprint, but what if it was hiding in plain sight and we've just all been walking past their graves all along?
Absolutely, and I think it's really worth going back and re-investigating some of those sites.
Get your trowel out.
But before we leave, there's another mystery we want to investigate. What became of Edmund, King of East Anglia? To find out, we've come to the beautiful cathedral town of Bury St Edmunds.
So, I've always wondered, Bury St Edmunds named after the King Edmund that you mentioned who gave the horses to the Great Heathen Army.
Yeah, that's the one. So he was the one who struck a deal with the Great Army when they first arrived in 1865. They then went to the north, they went to York, into Northumbria, went into Mercia, and then we get to 869 and they come back here, they come back to East Anglia again.
So he must have been disappointed to see them back. Surely his calculations that Northumbrians and the Mercians would deal with these marauding heathens.
Yeah, I imagine so. And we don't know what the terms of the agreement was either, so we don't know what that was and what went wrong. But when they do come back, something breaks down quite quickly. It goes terribly wrong, and it doesn't end well for Edmund at all.
So he ends up fighting the Vikings.
Yeah, so we end up with a battle between the Vikings and Edmund. Edmund loses, and very soon after he also loses his life.
Where's he buried?
Well, he was lost for a very long time, but we now think we might know where he is.
Is it in Bury St Edmunds?
It might be.
Francis Young is a historian and author who spent years trying to find out what really happened to St Edmund by studying the historical documents.
We have the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle as our earliest source, written about 30 years after the event. And the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle says that the Danes won the battle and killed the king in that order. What you would normally have in a source like that is you say that they killed the king and therefore won the battle. So the fact that the king is killed after the battle suggests that it may well be a separate event. We then have a much later source from over a century later. That's the Passion of St Edmund by a monk called Abbot Fleury. And that's the story that gives us for the first time details about how Edmund supposedly died. That the Danes actually capture him not at the battle, but fleeing away from the battle at a place called Hearthstone. We don't know where that was, but somewhere in his kingdom at a royal estate. And at Hearthstone, a debate takes place in which Edmund decides that he's not going to rule as a puppet king under these heathens unless they convert to Christianity. When they then refuse to convert to Christianity, when they capture him, he then says, well, I would rather die for Christ. And so that's when he is beaten, he is chained up, he's tied to a tree. The Danes then use him as target practice for their archers. Edmund at that point is still alive, he's unchained from the tree, and he is beheaded. And his head, as a final act of ignominy, is thrown into the bushes so that his followers can't find it again. Edmund's body is simply left by the Vikings. The local people come and they take his headless body and they bury it nearby. But what then happens is, according to the hagiography, the miracle account, is we have this extraordinary story about how his followers, sometime afterwards, are searching in the undergrowth trying to find that head. And they hear a voice shouting very clearly, here, here, here. And they don't know who it is who's shouting, and they follow the voice, and they find, in a clearing in the woods, a gigantic wolf holding between its paws the severed head of the king, which is undecayed, and as it was when it was beheaded. And it's the head itself that, according to this account, God has given miraculous power to shout and find its location. They then take the head back to the body, the wolf following, which has become tame by another miracle. And then the body is exhumed, the head is attached to the body, both parts of the body are incorrupt, have not decayed, and the head and body miraculously reunite, leaving only a thin red line to mark where the martyr has been killed. And yeah, one of the miracle accounts that comes back again and again with St Edmund is the idea that his body does not decay, it is an incorrupt corpse.
Soon, the martyred king became the focus of a religious community. And an imposing place of worship was built in his honor, St Edmund's Abbey.
Astonishing, isn't it? It's even dramatic, isn't it? This is the Norman transept of a giant monastery in front of it. It must have been a big deal.
He was for a very long time, and he was one of the earliest patron saints of England, and he was venerated for his martyrdom against the Danes for centuries. And
I think a deal is after death than he was during his life.
yeah, definitely. We actually didn't really know that much about his life.
The most interesting part of Edmund's life is what happens after his death. It's what so much gone up in birth. And yes, Edmund continues, according to the hagiographical account, to perform these miracles. So we have extraordinary miracles at Bury, particularly, where he begins to become a rather scary saint, a very vengeful figure who does not take kindly to anybody meddling with his shrine or his church in any way. His body is moved to the Church of St Mary in Bury St Edmunds, which is at that time a wooden church, and his shrine soon becomes a magnet for pilgrims who donate gold and other rich offerings to that shrine. And so it becomes very attractive to thieves. And we have early examples of people attempting to rob it at night, and Edmund simply freezes them in their place so that they are unable to move. We have other examples of miracles where his hair and his fingernails continue to grow after death and are cut by a holy woman called Oswin, who looks after the body, so another sign of the body being completely incorrupt. We have examples of people being punished when they try to touch the body of St Edmund. One of the early abbots of Bury St Edmunds attempts to find out whether Edmund's head is properly attached to his body, having looked at that miracle account about how the two are miraculously joined. And so he asks another monk called Serene to hold the feet while the abbot, Leostan, holds the head. But it's such an impious act that God and St. Edmund punishes Leofsson by striking him down with a palsy that affects him for the rest of his life. And so no one ever tries that one again.
With these reported miracles, Edmund's fame grows stronger.
It's important for the whole country, or for the whole sort of England, really. It is part of the reason why this whole site grew to the size it did.
Yeah, no, it's a massive monastery, isn't it? What about Edmund himself? Well, he was at the heart of it. What happened to him?
So his bones, his body was moved here quite soon after his death, and his relics remained here, and they became a site of pilgrimage for a very, very long time. And in fact, they probably stayed here until about the 16th century, at which point they were lost.
So, a classic case, Henry VIII dissolves the monastery, 16th century, they're all stripped, the roofs are taken off, the stones all ripped out to be used around the rest of the town, and the old kings of England, like in Winchester, they're all sort of scattered for the wind.
Yeah, so we don't know exactly what's happened, but clearly they disappear. So for a very, very long time, the bones of Edmund were completely lost. But now, we think that we might know where he might be.
It's very unlikely that the body of Edmund was destroyed. Bodies of saints were not generally destroyed. There's one possible exception to that, which was Thomas Becket. But in the case of Edmund, as a royal king, his body would have been treated with some degree of decency and respect. And in fact, it's very likely it would have been left up to the monks. We have a later source from the 17th century, which claims to be an account of how a grandfather of a 17th century monk in France had been a monk of Bury St. Edmunds, and that grandfather monk, who had children after he ceased to be a monk after dissolution, that he was responsible with a number of other monks for taking the body of St. Edmund, placing it in a great iron chest, and putting it somewhere in the abbey precinct. And that's the only account that we have. It doesn't go into any more detail than that. So all we can say is that this account may be reliable. It's the oldest account that we have, but it gives us a hint of what may possibly have occurred.
So there's a chance that actually at the point that he was reburied in the 16th century, right here we're now in the crypt of the old abbey, and on the other side here is the old monk cemetery. And there is a source that suggests he was actually put into an iron coffin and buried somewhere right here.
Oh my gosh, that's so exciting. So we've got another king in the car park situation here.
Pretty much, because this actually used to be a tennis court until last year, so we had a...
King under the tennis court.
Yeah.
If you walk round to the end of the ruined crypt, which is at the very east end of that huge Norman Abbey church, you'll find a raised area of grass. Until very recently, it was the site of some tennis courts. However, today those tennis courts have been cleared away, and we hope that at some point in the fairly near future, there will be some sort of archaeological investigation into that area, not only to potentially look for St. Edmund, but also to look at those monastic burials, which have never been investigated. Because there was a tennis court on this from quite an early date, the earlier excavations of the abbey never looked at this area. And so now it's available for potential investigation.
I'm getting very excited here, but we are now within metres of the hapless King Edmund, a man killed by the Great Heathen Army, St. Edmund, still buried in Bury St. Edmunds.
Maybe.
Such a downer.
At last, we're on the trail of the heathen army. But the archaeology is still elusive. It's time to go back to our HQ to plan our next move.
So we realise it is hard to find the archaeological or physical footprints of this great heathen army. It's so tantalising, isn't it? Because you've got little fragments of information.
Yeah, so especially in that early phase, we've got so little of it, so it is really, really difficult. And it gets even worse because we have all these battles referred to. So when they move on from East Anglia, they actually go to Reading, and that year there's an awful lot of battles. There's sort of 7, 8, 9 different battles happening, but we haven't found any of them. So we don't know where they were, even though the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle actually explains that thousands died. We still don't know.
Battlefields, I can imagine, are really difficult to find. And sometimes the action might only be, well, minutes long, possibly a couple of hours. But the camps where they're spending the winter, they're dropping more stuff there, surely. They're doing more earth moving. It must be a bit easier.
Yeah, so quite early on, a lot of the hunt for these camps was in looking for fortifications. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle often mentions that they have fortifications, so great big earthworks you should be able to see, right? So that was a lot of the early search. But then more recently, new methods have shown that actually there are different ways. They didn't always build earthworks, and in fact, exactly what you say, that the objects that are being dropped, the sort of random rubbish that they leave behind, is one of the key ways that we've been able to find them. So a really important site is where they go next after Reading. So that's Torksey in Lincolnshire. So we try and find it just about here.
Oh, there's a very distinctive bend in the river there.
Yeah, so as you can see, it's really wide there. It's really easy to get down from the Humber by boat. And what happened here was that quite recently, a lot of metal detecting finds were discovered in exactly these ones, so right by the sort of bend in the river. And actually later archaeological work showed that at the time, this was an island. So the Trent was really, much more water, much higher. So it was a proper sort of isolated location. So they probably didn't need the fortifications, they didn't need the earthworks, it was naturally defended.
An ideal place to spend the winter.
Absolutely. And the key really there was realising the sort of finds that were essentially a kind of signature or a fingerprint of the Great Army, the sort of things they left behind.
Something that's proven invaluable in the hunt for Vikings is the portable antiquities scheme. Through this scheme, metal detectorists can report objects they've found. With over 1.5 million finds recorded, archaeologists can search for patterns that would otherwise be missed.
So one of the key types of objects are these little things here. So these are from a different site. These are little gaming pieces.
This is a Viking gaming piece?
Yeah.
Like a chess piece or something like that?
Yeah, like a checkers or something like that. And they found them in really, really huge numbers at Torksey, along with various other types of artifacts that we know are very specific to the Vikings. So things like weights from trading, weighing systems as well. And later archaeological work has even shown things like ship nails coming up there. So all of this now essentially has become our sort of fingerprint, as it were, for searching for the Great Army. So this site and the work done here really revolutionised the search. We've been able to use that now to look at the rest of the country.
So when metal detectorists elsewhere in the country are turning up these kind of objects, you're like, Great Heathen Army.
Yeah, pretty much seems so. We don't know how long they're being used for, but it seems like Torksey is the first place that they definitely start using these. So looking at the distribution, we can then start to look at the patterns.
I don't want to drop that priceless Viking artefact. It makes me very nervous. Right, where are we going after Torksey then? Where does the Great Heathen Army go now? Does it follow the Trent into the heart of England?
Absolutely. So now, at this year, apparently they make peace with the Mercians. So now we're looking at the Kingdom of Mercia. And it seems that after this point, they are looking for the jewel in the crown of the Mercian kingdom, which is the site of Repton.
The jewel in the crown. That sounds like a must-visit. It's back on the road to Repton in Derbyshire.
I know it's silly, but when I visit places that were at the centre of kind of bloody, dramatic events in our history, even though it's more than 1,000 years ago, I still feel like it should be like that today, but of course now it just feels like a lovely, beautiful country church.
Yeah, it sort of feels like as idyllic as you can get in England, doesn't it, really? But it definitely was not like that in the late 9th century.
It was an important place, not the Vikings obviously had a huge impact here, but it was an important place well before they arrived. In fact, that's what they were doing.
Yeah, absolutely. So even before the Viking Age, this was one of the most significant sites really in the Kingdom of Mercia. This was of royal, ecclesiastical, religious importance. There was a very wealthy monastery here dating back probably as early as the 7th century.
Does any of that fabric still remain, or was it all smashed up by the Vikings?
So we know definitely some of it was destroyed by the Vikings. So there is a part that still remains, but the crypt, and most of the churches is very modern, but there are still...
You're the only person I know, Kat, who refers to very modern as the 14th century.
Yeah, well, anything after the turn of the millennium is pretty much modern to me.
Which millennium? So we're heading out to the crypt.
Yeah, this is the Anglo-Saxon crypt.
So this is Anglo-Saxon now, these rocks here. I mean, whoa.
So this here is definitely forming out in the crypt. This is all part of a Mercian monastery.
Amazing. Time travel.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what's so extraordinary. This is what was here when the Vikings arrived. They would be touching the same pillars that we're touching today.
And that's pretty unusual in Britain, isn't it? There's not much stone architecture left from the 9th century. This got older.
Yeah, this is 8th century, certainly, possibly even before that. So there's not much of that at all. So it's very rare in the whole country to have evidence of that remaining.
This is one of the most special early medieval bits of architecture in the UK.
Yeah, definitely. And what's really nice as well is you can see things like traces of paint. So if you imagine it, imagine it really vividly coloured, full of jewels, glittering gold, candles. It must have been such an atmospheric space. I mean, it's special today, but more than 1,000 years ago, even more so.
And so this is where Mercia, which had been one of the most powerful Anglo-Saxon kingdoms for periods, buried its kings. I mean, this was the holiest of holy.
Yeah, so we know that several of the, as mentioned, dynasty, the royal dynasty, were buried here, and this crypt itself would have been that mausoleum. So this would have been where those, possibly in these alcoves here, would have had essentially the remains of those kings, and people would come here as a pilgrimage, so much of visit. And this was all part of the bigger monastery site, which is very wealthy. It's a double house monastery for men and women. So might have been a small town around it as well.
So this is, you can't really talk about things as a capital city, I guess, but this would have been one of the most important religious, political, royal sites in Mercia.
Absolutely, and this would have been known far and wide, so a very deliberate place for the Vikings to attack. So this would have been filled with all sorts of riches, so there'd be a lot that they could take away, a lot of wealth here, but it was much more than that. It was a very much a political statement, knowing that it was such an important religious site. If you can take that, then you're making a really big statement.
This is like the Soviets sticking their kind of hammer and sickle flag on the Reichstag in 1945. What an amazing moment. We know about the Viking presence here thanks to extraordinary investigations done here by Professor Martin Biddle and his late wife, Beata Scholby Biddle.
In 1974, we started to dig beside the crypt, and very early on we got dating evidence, and then we found an enormous ditch. I mean, a whopper, right beside the church. And if you can imagine, the church was there as a sort of angle of the church. The ditch was there. They were corner to corner. And this is 4 meters deep. Goodness knows how wide. We only got part of it. And we started to think, and we looked at the kind of obviously not much that was coming out of it, and it came to us that there was only one thing this could be. It would be part of the Viking winter camp of 873 to 4. Of course, we know about from the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle.
And Martin Biddle and his team didn't only find the ditch around the church, they found other evidence that proves the Vikings were here. So what else have you found at this site?
So in addition to the ditch and all of that, the archaeologists excavating here in the 1970s and 80s found a lot of burials, and some of them were definitely Scandinavian or Viking burials, and actually they are right here, and some of the most important ones.
Here?
Yeah, so we're just going to try and work out exactly where we are. So looking at the map and the plan. So this is the church here, that's correct.
Yeah.
7 and 8, this is
they're right in here, aren't they?
Yeah, this spot that we're standing on now is probably the best known and most significant Viking grave in all of England. This was where we have the so-called Repton warrior buried, and a younger man next to him. He was buried with a lot of objects, which is a typical Scandinavian burial rite of being buried with objects around you. That included a sword along his side, a Viking sword. He had a Thor's hammer around his neck.
Yes, Thor's hammer around his neck. The guy's a Viking.
Precisely. So that's the most obvious part of it. He had lots of smaller objects, but he also had some really, really severe injuries on his body. So we could be pretty confident. I mean, it's difficult to say. There's this idea of whether somebody's a warrior. It's really hard. Even if you buried with weapons, necessarily mean that. But the severity of his injuries, he must have died in battle.
So he was terribly wounded or killed in battle and brought back here to this sacred royal space to be buried.
Absolutely. So he was here. There's a younger man next to him, and we actually now know through DNA analysis that they were related. So they were father and son. They were essentially buried side by side, and on top of them were lots of stones, a sort of rectangular stone setting, which included smashed up pieces of beautiful carved Anglo-Saxon crosses. So here you have what seems to be a pagan burial with weapons, it's a hammer, and with essentially the evidence of that smashed up monastery right on top.
Anything else in the body you want to tell me about?
Well, there is some very, I know exactly what you're asking about. He had some quite severe injuries, as I said. One of them was a very big wound to his left femur, his left thigh bone, almost certainly made by an axe because it was a properly big V-shaped cut. But he went so closely down diagonal from his left hip that it's almost certain that it would have cut off part of his penis as well. More evidence for the likelihood of that is that those who buried him actually placed a boar's tusk in between his legs.
Right, so he could still enjoy life at the full in the afterlife.
Presumably that was the reason.
And why? I mean, that's fascinating. There's a cluster of burials right here, just outside the royal crypt. What statement are the Vikings trying to make?
Yeah, I think that's the really key point here in Hearthstone. This isn't a community, this isn't just something that they do and then move away and forget all about. They're using burial, those funerary rites, as a very political statement, saying, this is where you used to have your royals, your most important people, but now we're in control, we're in charge, and these are our important dead, so now we have that link that we can show even the next generations that this is now essentially Scandinavian territory.
And an even more dramatic burial is to be found next door.
So we come to the vicarage garden just next to the church now. More evidence here, is there?
Yeah, so this is another one of those locations, in fact, we go over here, where one of those discoveries was made in the 1980s. Back in the 80s, there was a mound here.
Okay.
And that mound had been known about for a very long time. In fact, it's been dug into by antiquarians.
Pesky antiquarians.
Yeah, absolutely. They dug holes into it. And in fact, there's a record that dates to the early 1700s of somebody who'd been asked by the lady of the manor house that used to be behind us here, to investigate hillocks in the garden. And this workman had dug into it and found this huge deposit of bones. There was a central skeleton, 9 foot tall, surrounded by the bodies of 100 humane skeletons, apparently. But the lady of the manor was so horrified by this that she just ordered them to cover it all up again. So back in the 1980s, this was excavated again, this mound, and they actually found that bone deposit. But it was inside a building, so it was inside a 2-cell stone building, which again was part of that same monastery, same period that the crypt is from, just basically right where we're standing now.
And it was just full of bones.
It was one compartment that was full of bones. They identified almost 300 individuals, all crammed into that single space.
Wow. And do we know that that's Viking era?
So there's quite a few clues within those bones. We know that they were all what we call secondary deposits. So they were bones that were buried somewhere else originally, and then they were moved when they turned to skeletons.
Got 3 people watching right now.
But among the bones was also artifacts. So there were Viking weapons, also coins dating to the
And I'm not even on camera.
precisely that link them in the line with the Viking Great Army was here.
Surprised they're watching.
That's pretty good evidence, isn't it?
Yeah, that's pretty good as you go for evidence.
Is that bodies that people have been died on the campaign that kept them all and buried them in one place?
This is one of the big questions, and I think that that's what's most likely, because we would have had hundreds, maybe thousands of people dying on those campaigns in battle or for other reasons. It's likely they may have been given a temporary burial somewhere at a site. But when they came into Hearthstone, we know that they took over the whole territory. This was a long-term thing. So I think it's quite likely that they could have gone back, found some of those remains, and taken them, given them essentially a communal burial somewhere like this. Somewhere where they could say, well, this is where we settle now, this is where we are to stay.
To try and understand more about the Viking army, Kat has been investigating what modern science can tell from the skeletons.
So these are some of the skulls from the charnel, the mass burial in Repton. These are some of the individuals that were excavated.
And since these were found in the 1980s, so many different scientific techniques have been developed. What can you now tell about these skeletons?
So we can tell quite a lot more. Initially, really, all they could do was look at things like the skull shape to determine whether they were male or female, what age category. So they discovered that they were largely male, although we do also have some women in this group. Most of them were very, very young, up to about between 18 and 45 for most of them, not really old people and not children. But that was kind of it. And there was also confusion about the dates, because they seemed to date to much before the Viking Age, actually, when they radiocarbon dated them. So that seemed to be a bit of a kind of anomaly. For a while, these were thought not to be related to the Great Army at all, because they dated too early.
But you put that right.
Yeah, so some of the work I've been doing is looking at those dates, because now we've got some really brilliant techniques for looking at things like diets and also where people came from. And it turned out that dating was all about actually the sort of diets that these people had. By looking at whether they were eating fish or not, I was able to correct essentially those early radiocarbon dates. Because what happens when you have a high marine diet, you incorporate some carbon that's much older into your body. Because otherwise, we've all got carbon, so we can radiocarbon date skeletons, we can wood or anything like that. But that assumes that the carbon comes from the atmosphere, and that's what we sort of normally do. If you've eaten a lot of fish, then actually the carbon in your body, your bones and your skin and hair and everything has been around for much, much longer, because carbon in oceans is virtually older than terrestrial carbon. So by correcting for that, finding out if these people ate fish, you can then correct the dates as well.
So we know they ate fish. What else can we tell about them? Do we know anything about where they were from?
Yeah, so the other thing I've been able to do is look at something called strontium and oxygen isotope analysis, because we are like walking diaries of our lives, of what sort of food we eat, and also the places where we are growing up. We sort of take up those chemical signals in our teeth, especially as children. So when your teeth are forming in childhood, you take up oxygen and strontium that's very specific to that geographic environment in your teeth, and that remains there even 1,000 years after you're dead. So looking at these ones here, it showed that very few of them were local. One of the early theories was that some of these could be local people who were killed by Vikings, but actually very few of them would fit the local pattern. What was really striking was that they were really mixed, they were really varied. They were not all from the same place. Some of them fit really, really well with inland Scandinavia and colder climates. In fact, pretty much all of them could fit Scandinavia. We can't quite rule out and make a sort of absolutely certain conclusion, but they definitely fit with what we would expect from a mixed Viking army.
So these are young military-age men. It looks like they very possibly come from Scandinavia. They eat lots of fish. Feels like Viking army.
Yeah, it's really quite likely, and it does fit with that. But the one issue that a lot of people have had is the fact that we actually do also have some women among these bodies. So some of these skulls we know belong to women. This one here, that's a female skull.
Right.
So the question has always been, why, who were they, and what were they doing there? And one of the early theories was that these were essentially the local wives of incoming Scandinavian men. And that was based on partially some of the physical characteristics of the skulls, but also the idea that actually Viking armies didn't really have any women in them. It used to be thought that the women would stay at home and only the men really took part in the migrations. We've now changed that completely in terms of what we understand about these Viking migrations, and actually a lot of women were also part of it, even probably in some of these early armies.
And do we think women were there doing ancillary jobs, or do you think they might have been there as warriors themselves?
That's one of the big questions that we can't quite answer. I think if they were there, if they're part of the group, it would be silly to think that they weren't able to defend themselves and they weren't able to take part in the fighting to some degree. I don't think they necessarily have to be specialised warriors. We do have some cases across the Viking world of women buried with weapons in quite high-placed graves. That is a big debate, what they were doing there, if they were essentially professional fighters or if they were actually just some hangers on. I think the reality is probably somewhere in between. Some of them would be able to fight if they needed to. I don't think we can have them as just completely passive textile workers or whatever, fixing clothes and whatnot, but maybe somewhere in between.
There aren't only bones. The site of Repton has yielded a rich selection of artifacts.
Some of my special ones, actually, I think. These are actually pieces of Anglo-Saxon window glass. These are from the building, and if you pick them up and have a look, they are really, really beautiful. They're also cut, so you can see the really sharp corners on them here, which is where they would be cut. And actually, Anglo-Saxon coloured glass is really quite unusual at the time, so you would only get that in really high-status buildings. And we're finding these in the fragmented parts of the camp, so it's quite nice to think of that as possibly evidence of the actual attack itself.
So the windows have been smashed out and just bits of glass have been, used around the camp or whatever.
Yeah, or just, ending up in them literally. So there's things like that. We've also got some coins that date back to the 8th century. They're showing really how...
Pre-Viking coins.
Yeah, so things like these ones here.
There was a lot of money in that.
There was quite a lot of money, I think, because this was a very wealthy site. It was a very wealthy monastery. It was one of the reasons why the Vikings attacked in the first place. The fact that we've got here, these are actually also, they're from Frisia, so they're from across the English Channel, so they are probably quite valuable at the time.
What else have we got?
These ones you'll recognise.
Gaming pieces.
Yeah.
As you say, they are identical.
Yeah.
Wow.
So you get exactly the same thing. These are found again really close by where the glass is. So that's again how we know that these are Viking objects. We even have a quite rare, quite unusual arrowhead. So that's again Scandinavian type arrowhead, so completely consistent with the idea of Viking camp. So we've got some really nice things that relate to what was happening in the camp, possibly also telling us something about who was there. So things like this, which is one that was found back in the 80s actually, and this is a spindle whorl for using for textiles.
Okay, so they're making clothes, repairing.
Yeah, or sails as well. Sails obviously really important. And then we have some things like this, which is very, very special, which show that these Vikings were part of some really big trading networks. And this is the bead that was found in the masquerade at Repton, which is made of carnelian.
What is carnelian?
So carnelian is a semi-precious stone. It's not found in England, and in fact, the most likely source of this bead is Gujarat in India.
Really?
And we're finding them across the Viking world quite suddenly. They're starting in about the late 9th century. And what they show us is that the Vikings who came to Repton were actually part of a much, much bigger trading network that goes across Scandinavia all the way down the eastern river routes, and that includes the Great Army. So it sort of changes a little bit the idea that these were completely separate from the rest of the Viking world, but actually what we're looking at something that's part of a much bigger system.
Despite all this evidence, a mystery remains. The site of Repton just doesn't seem large enough for the whole heathen army. So now Kat has taken me to a field a few miles east of Repton, where she thinks she might have found the answer.
We used to think that the only camp, which is what's mentioned in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, is that there was a camp at Repton, and the evidence didn't suggest that. But there's been lots of questions about that. So one of them being, is it really big enough? Because that site is quite small. We now know from other sites that the Great Army probably numbered in the thousands. Could they all fit in that site? And there were certain things that didn't really turn up. We didn't have that many gaming pieces, no dirhams, that sort of thing. Then, just a few years ago, a metal detectorist dissecting around here actually made some discoveries and told me all about them. Turns out he'd found exactly the sort of thing that we were looking for. So gaming pieces, lots of broken bits of jewellery, and even a sword hammer, pendant, and those dirham coins in the fields all around us here.
So it's very much like Torquay.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. Just the sort of thing. And if you look at the landscape, it actually makes a lot of sense. So as we were just saying, the floodplain is just down at the bottom here, and you can't necessarily make it out as you go through it, but if you look at something like the LiDAR, it's really blindingly obvious. And here we go, that's the church just behind us. And if you zoom out...
Oh yeah, We're right on the edge of some much higher ground. Oh, that's the valley, the Trent Valley.
This is the floodplain. It's just really, really, really clear.
This is a 3D LiDAR model created by scanning a laser across the ground. It allows you to see not only the current landscape, but clues to what the landscape used to be. For instance, you can see the path of the river that used to run right by the church at Repton, explaining why the Viking camp was there.
You can see you've got the river coming along. That's where the river is today. You can just about make it out. So you've got this really quite steep, almost like an escarpment just behind us here. And then as you go along, it starts to flatten out. And so it makes sense that you get a Viking camp in a place like this, because this is where you can pull up boats and have it essentially a bit like a beach. This must have been so full of people. You've got boats being pulled out of the river. You've probably got tents. We don't think they've got buildings and structures in these camps, so we think they're just very, very temporary. There's nothing in the geophysics, there's no real evidence of buildings. So you'll have tents, you'd have animals, you'd have horses, maybe even cattle at some of these places, food basically. And it would just be packed. A bit like someone has made a comparison to a festival, like a music festival, just turning up and then disappearing again.
So in 873, this landscape might have resembled a kind of Viking Glastonbury, with thousands of warriors camped out for the winter. And just a few miles away, deep in the woods near Repton, there's another site that Kat can see on the LiDAR.
So yes, if you look at this, is the woodlands. This is a path we've just come up here, this little triangle. The woodlands very, very distant, so that was not there.
A few hundred years
Yeah, something like that. But if you look, you can zoom in.
Those mounds are really...
Yeah, there you go.
Goodness.
That little cluster. So each mound is going to know in burial, and there's a few other stuff around as well. 59 have been identified in total in this area. It was interesting because if you look at this as well, you can see this is the highest ground by far, this red colour. It's likely that these were actually seen from the river, which is just down to see it dipping down.
Oh, wow.
So they're placing their dead right up on the hill here. Anybody coming along by boat will see them. Anybody, I mean, possibly even down towards Repton, you might even be able to see up here.
Okay, so they're in here somewhere, right?
It should be down this way.
It's exciting, isn't it? I can't believe it. I keep now, of course, I'm seeing mounds everywhere now. I've got to pull myself together. Where are they? Come on.
I think we're just around the corner. Let's try this way. The problem is obviously the trees and the vegetation make it much harder.
That's hellish, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, this is
This
it.
is it.
This is definitely moundy. Wow.
So this is what you can see on that LiDAR. And yeah, they're really clear actually.
God, that's amazing.
So these are all...
This is I can't believe this is a Viking burial site in the middle of Derbyshire. I love it. And so these are excavated, are they?
Some of them, not all of them. I think most of these have not been excavated, but those that have been have shown that they were all cremation mounds. So there were cremations, most of them on the site itself. So you actually have the funeral pyre right there. Some of them are grave with things like weapons. We know that some of them had women in them as well, so both men and women. And there are some that are really intriguing because they seem to be empty when they were first dug up. And then they only found a sort of small, almost like a little parcel of burnt bone. It's possible that those were graves of people who were cremated elsewhere and then taken and given a burial. The bones were sort of moved into those mounds.
So this is on the very top of the highest hill for miles around, and then they've had these cremation fires. Everyone will be able to see it. What a stunning setting it must have been for that ritual.
Yeah, I think it's quite important to think of that whole ritual, not just the mounds afterwards, but actually what that meant to those people in society, what messages were they sending out. And the location is really key, and you can just about see the trees over there, see that we are dipping down, and without the trees you would be able to see the river, everybody would be able to see the mounds as well, so anybody coming down this route, this would have been blindingly obvious.
And really familiar to them from their Scandinavian lives.
I think so, and I think it's quite, because burial was used as a way of signalling identity as well, who you were, what your religion was, and what your beliefs were. So I think that was one of the messages that people probably would have tried to get across.
We're back at HQ to continue the story. So where does the great heathen army go after making an absolute mess at Repton?
This was really a key point in the whole story of the Great Army, because after this year, they split up, and it's never one complete army again. So what happens here is that one part of it, and the Hearthstone, goes north. They go to Northumbria. They keep raiding around this sort of area somewhere. Yeah, we're looking for some new sites, and again, things like the Game of Thieves are actually giving us clues, so we may well have one of those sites coming up soon. And then the other half, which is under the leadership of Guthrum and two other kings called Armund and Oscytel, they start going south, and they go back towards the kingdom of Wessex.
Wessex is now ruled by Alfred the Great, one of the best known early kings. The part of the heathen army heading south is now led by the Scandinavian Guthrum. For 5 years, these two men engaged in a game of cat and mouse until 878, when the future of England would hang in the balance. Cattenau comes to this dramatic location in Wiltshire to find out how King Alfred finally took on the might of the invading Vikings.
He essentially decides to take the victory back and take his kingdom back. So he gathers up all the men he can get, and then they move up again, and they come to this place called Essendon, or Eddington, so most likely it's right here where we are now.
But we're not starting an army, that's what's so tantalising. This could have been the site of this great climactic battle.
Yeah, so it's one of those that, because obviously we haven't found it for certain yet, there's no evidence of where it is. People have been coming up with all sorts of suggestions. There's quite a lot of places called Eddington as well, which doesn't really help. And there's nothing in the records to really talk about the geography as such. So the question is then, where in the landscape, where would it make sense on a battle? Again, we don't have any clues from the documents. So
what about your archaeological eye? Are there any humps and bumps around here, things you've picked out that you think might be connected to the battle?
So there's a lot going on in this landscape. It hasn't been going on for a time. There's quite a lot of prehistoric monuments. There's even mounds there. Again, I look very much like those burial mounds.
So if Kat is right, this is the location of one of the most pivotal moments in British history. The Battle of Eddington, briefly described in the Anglo-Saxon chronicles.
King Alfred proceeds to Eddington, and there fought with all the army and put them to flight, riding after them as far as the fortress.
So he basically chases them back, and it seems to be a really, really close call, because according to one of the records, he kills everybody outside, who haven't been able to get to safety, so men, cattle, horses, everything that was outside the fortification. And they then hold up for 14 days until they presumably can't make it any longer from hunger or thirst or whatever.
And so that's the Viking surrender?
Pretty much. So they agree at that point to essentially give up. So they agree to leave his kingdom, and they promise to swear oaths, giving hostages, and crucially, they also promise that the king Guthrum, along with 30 of his best men, are going to be baptized. So they agree to go to Alfred a bit later on and become Christians, basically.
Well, that's literally the end of the great heathen army. They're led by a bunch of Christians now. Alfred and the Vikings sign a peace treaty that divides England between them. The influence of that deal survives to this day. So this line here is the one agreed between Alfred and Guthrum?
Yeah, so that's the boundary in the treaty. And then these dots that we see here, these are all Scandinavian place names. So these are all settlements, villages, towns that have got some kind of Scandinavian element to them. And it's really quite obvious how there are practically none to the west of this. So in what was then Wessex, they're just not there. So they are settling in those territories. And that becomes a really, really important point. So even though the battles continue, there's still a lot of competition over these other territories. This really, what happens then after Eddington, from this treaty onwards, becomes such a decisive moment that is going to be for quite a long time afterwards.
So even when Alfred and his children, grandchildren started conquering eastern northern England, the Viking, the Scandinavian place names, genes, the people, customs, they would endure.
Absolutely. So the Scandinavians, from this point on especially, left a really lasting legacy on the whole of the country.
So the remains of a great heathen army can be found all around us. Not just in the archaeological traces they left behind, but in names, customs and genes that have become part of the fabric of this country. The Viking invaders became settlers. What happened when Roman Britain came to an end? When nearly 4 centuries of imperial control drew to a close? Was it a time of violence, chaos, or was change more gradual? 2 years ago, an extraordinary excavation took place on this quiet hillside in Buckinghamshire. It's thrown remarkable new light on a little understood period of our history that's all too often written off as the Dark Ages. Now, for the first time, we can reveal in detail what was discovered here and what it tells us about what was going on 1500 years ago. We're going to dig deep into this mysterious period of history, trying to sift the archaeological facts from the myth. And I get the chance to go up close with everything from ancient swords, shields, and jewelry. Evidence of violence.
An iron object. If you look at it, it's actually embedded in the spine.
But also some of the finest objects ever found from this forgotten time. The HS2 rail project is cutting a line through England, from London to Birmingham. It's a line through time, revealing historic discoveries along the route. As the engineers prepare to build the high-speed railway, teams of archaeologists have been scouring the route in advance, seeking out and preserving every scrap of historical evidence they can find, from circular Bronze Age henges to Roman roads and hidden medieval churches. One of the most important and surprising discoveries has been here in rural Buckinghamshire, where the Chiltern Hills meet the Vale of Aylesbury.
The HS2 rail line is going to go right through this valley, past the town of Wendover, just over that ridge, from London to Birmingham. But when the archaeologists first arrived on this site and started to conduct their survey, there was no suggestion of what they'd eventually find.
The first survey used geophysical techniques to scan beneath the surface for disturbances in the soil, clues to possible human-made features. But the early assessment only showed a few ancient trackways. Then a few trial pits were dug to check out the site. Gradually, an extraordinary story started to appear, tantalizing glimpses of burials. They rarely show up on geophysical surveys, but the early digs showed bones, hints of metal. Teams of archaeologists move in, using metal detectors as a tool to help locate likely burial sites for excavation.
Got a large resting plot here.
Okay.
Which I've pinpointed.
Tents are put over the locations to protect them from the weather. Almost immediately, things get interesting. The detectors identify locations of metal objects before the digging begins in earnest. Digging carefully down, Matt painstakingly reveals an iron object. A spearhead.
We haven't actually found any skeleton, any bones yet, but what we have found is a gorgeous spearhead right there. So that one will be the tip, basically. You see, that is one edge of it, and that's where the wood would have socketed into it. What's really odd is that it's a spearhead without a body at the moment. We haven't reached the bottom of the grave yet. So what we're going to do is I'm going to clean it all up, and then hopefully we find a head.
Excavating over the next day reveals the skeleton of the person who was buried with the spear, placed by their left shoulder.
Well, we've got a body, which is nice. It's a bit of a relief, actually. So, going along with the spearhead, we've got this shield boss, which would be, if you picture a shield, it would be the middle bit, the iron bit, and it's kind of a bit for bashing, basically. It's a bit unusual because it's got a little bit of a poking out bit there, which is more effective for bashing, I guess. As well as that, we've got these two metal objects here, which we think might be knives. Apparently, the Saxons, it's good to have two knives on the go at once. One for kind of fighting, one for whatever else you need to do, eating, whatever.
Across the site, more burials are emerging, all in the early Anglo-Saxon style. And many of them are revealing weaponry, including the remains of several more lavishly decorated shields and more spearheads. As each grave is excavated, a picture is emerging of what seems to be a group of wealthy people with valuable Anglo-Saxon artifacts from the 5th and 6th centuries AD, the era immediately after Roman rule. Traditionally, the Romans are portrayed literally packing up and leaving Britain in 410 AD. Historians now think it was far more complicated, with a mix of interacting cultures, particularly in this early phase, a time that is short on historic evidence. The written record for this period is incredibly thin. We have a few contemporary references and then a little bit more written over a century later. We get the legendary names like Arthur and Vortigern, but the picture that emerges is one of shifting times, uncertainty in the post-Roman period, and the arrival of Europeans in Britain, people who were going to change the course of British history. The lack of written records means that the physical objects in this time are incredibly useful to help interpret this little understood period. After being recorded on site, the finds are being moved to archaeological headquarters for further assessment. I've come to this secret location in Cardiff where the objects are undergoing their initial evaluation. Let's go inside and check them out. Assessing the finds is Ewan McCarthy. Right, Ewan, what have we got here?
Okay, so here we have a selection of weapons from the site. Obviously here on this side we have a couple of spearheads.
Vicious looking spearheads.
Yes,
right?
indeed.
And what a state of preservation. You can see that sort of, they leave nothing to the imagination. Can I pick this evil looking one up?
Yeah, indeed, yeah, that's pretty robust.
And what does the width mean on that? Is that just to make it look nice, or is that a more effective injury?
Yeah, it definitely creates more effective injuries. As the blade widens, obviously that's going to open a larger wound, which is going to be more bleeding. It's going to be a very, very nasty injury indeed.
Wow. As well as spears, many burials, male and female, adults, and even some children, include an Anglo-Saxon style knife known as a seax.
So here we have a seax, and a seax is essentially a really big knife. Now, it could have been used as a weapon. There are theories that it may have had more of a practical use as sort of a hunting knife as well. But in combat, you can see how effective it would be. If you're in the press of close combat, in a shield then it's going to be a lot more effective to use a shorter weapon to get into somebody's ribs or their groins, some nasty area like that, cause somebody some horrible damage.
Because you can't wave your sword around because you're all tight.
Exactly.
You're in a shield wall, you think everything's going fine, you look down and someone's just stuck one of those into your thigh. One remarkable discovery on site brings home the potential for violence in the early Anglo-Saxon world.
Well, this is an exciting barrel, the 30th so far. Much like the other barrels, it's aligned to a specific set of cardinal points. This one is northwest southeast, and like all our other burials, it's heads either in the southern part or the western part. However, unusually, the burial is flexed. Now, most of our burials are supine extended on their back with their legs sticking out down to the bottom of the belly. These legs are bent slightly, flexed. You'll notice that there is a lovely copper alloy disc brooch down there. And if you see the staining on the bone just towards me, that also was the location of another copper alloy object, which is degraded completely and left a staining on the bone. So much like the other burials, we've got these two disc brooches, probably forming clasp or cloak. But what makes this burial very, very interesting, you'll notice towards the base of the spine, an iron object. If you look at it, it's actually embedded in the spine, a notch in the spine. So when we remove it, you'll see the notch in it. Whether it was cause of death, we don't know for certain yet, although chances are it is. This is the most curious of the burials so far, not the richest in grave goods, but this particular event, this is a singular event that we've actually got in the archaeological record.
It's very rare to find a burial like this, a body laid in the ground with some care, but with the sharp spearhead still sticking into it. Back at headquarters in Cardiff, the bones of this unfortunate victim have had an initial assessment by the osteologist Rose Callis.
So we can estimate age at death. We use a suite of methodologies. The most commonly used is tooth wear and tooth eruption, and also we can look at the auricular surface, which is the morphology of this area of the pelvis, and the morphology, the bone degrades through time, so you can get an age from that. So this particular individual, we've managed to age to 17 to 25 years of age.
Young man.
A young man, yes, yeah.
Rose's examination has found out more about the gruesome wound this sharp iron spear or seax caused in the young man.
That was embedded into the body of the spine, and that projection, we can estimate that this particular person was stabbed from the left side, from the front rather than the back, and it was very deep because it actually penetrated and embedded into the spine, and then it was left in, and he was buried.
It's terrible. He was stabbed in the stomach. It went in so hard it hit his spine. It's always so exciting, archaeology, when you get a glimpse into a particular second, even though it happened 1,500 years ago. That's it.
Absolutely, and this is the only evidence of a sharp force trauma within the whole cemetery.
That seems really important because our perception of this period is that life was nasty, brutish and short. Everyone's stabbing each other the whole time.
Well, this is the only individual within this cemetery that has evidence for sharp force trauma, and so there's nothing to suggest that this group of people were in constant conflict with each other.
As well as spears, many of the graves excavated including the metal fittings from wooden shields, particularly the central iron shield boss.
This is think of male, almost certainly in this case a warrior burial, because of the very large spear to the top right, and also the ubiquitous knife that we will find on pretty much all the burials. We have the handle just there under the forearm. The two hands are below the thigh, the shield on top of the thigh.
Oh, my lower back is not happy with me.
This can do some serious damage.
I've been out of gabapentin for over a week.
They're vicious because they're not just defensive on a shield. Those.
I'm not turn on the light. Just now. Texted and said they're ready for Bible study. Okay. Audrey? Audrey? Yeah? You need to take a shower and wash your hair tonight. Okay. Not do it tomorrow morning. What the heck?
What's wrong?
Where did this come from?
This what?
It's a spill all the way on the wall.
I don't know.
I don't think that I did that. Hello.
Hello. Joining.
Oh, hi.
Hi. How are ya?
I'm fine. I've been having a hard time with work and sinuses, but good right now. How are you?
Good. Good. Everybody's here.
Cow, cow. Well, hello.
I turned it around and it was right at you. Sorry.
Right when you were eating, so it was like, that looks like a good salad. Hi, Mama. Your hair looks nice. Hello, sir. How are you?
She said, hello, sir. How are you?
Hello, other sir. How are you? Hello. What do they call that? Blue steel?
Yes. I can do a better one. Hold on. You see the Marco Polo?
Not yet. Did you get your hair cut?
What? Oh.
Did you get your hair cut, Mama?
Yes, and I got a perm yesterday.
Oh, it's very curly. I like it. Lots of volume.
Might be a good let me have some more. So what about Leland?
No well, I think George had said that Leland bumped into some girl in the hallway.
Gym class.
Leland bumped into some girl, and somehow she got mad about it, thought that he did it on purpose, showed up at his house, John's house, and was throwing a fit saying that he'd like to hit girls or something.
Hey, so hold on. Where does this girl live? Tegan said she would love to go talk to this person. She did not meet Tegan.
Well, she shows it. Well, and he wasn't alone. I guess this girl got right in his face at his house, and he pushed her back. And she then started spreading it around that, oh, he just likes to hit girls, and she got boys to beat him up, and his friend tried to step in and stop the fight, and he got worse. So he and his friend got beat up.
Wow. What did they find out when they took him to the ER? How is he?
I
haven't heard anything since.
Haven't heard anything about it. I texted Leland and I just said, "How are you doing?" And he was like, "Oh, pretty good." And I'm like, "Really?" Because I heard you got assaulted at school. He goes, "Yeah." I'm like, "Well, are you okay?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm fine." So I don't know. I haven't seen any pictures. We'll see him tomorrow when they come over for Mother's Day.
Did that happen on Friday or did it happen before the end of the week?
It happened on Friday late afternoon. Because I ended up starting getting super nauseous on Friday, so I called out the last 4 hours, and I go in the office to tell George I'm off from work. I feel like crap, and that's when he told me that John had taken him to the ER because he wanted to be looked at. I don't know. Did John go down to school?
I have no idea.
I would hope they called the police since that's assault.
Absolutely. But I think he should go down to the school and talk to the school too, because that could be bad once he goes back to school on Monday. It could be just the start of what he could be enduring. Bullying and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. Well, and Leland has a pretty good friend group. It seems like. And it's funny because he seems to kind of be the peacemaker between his friend group too, because it's a mix of boys and girls.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Naughty little girl who started with a crowd.
Wow.
What grade is he in?
He's in 7th grade.
7th grade. Sounds about right. That's how they were at Keegan's school. Yeah, they're not that age. Every day they were just like kids. They're crazy these days. Yeah. Just in middle school in general. Middle school and high school excited.
Yeah, they're crazy. It's like a round robin of they're crazy.
Although I do remember some girl getting her head slammed into the brick wall with they were holding onto her hair and whacking her head into the brick wall. That was like the first week of school. The generation, the 7th grade generation, is crazy.
They've talked about the group of kids that's at the middle school this year are the worst behaving in years.
Wow. My mom was so sympathetic. I'm sure she was.
Well, I mean, when I was gone one day when I was a teacher and I had gender separated classes, I had the 8th grade boys get in a fight in the middle of the classroom with the sub, and one of them pushed the other one into the drywall, and they broke an outline in the drywall of the kid's body. I was like, you had a sub. All you had to do was stay calm for an hour. Really?
Ridiculous.
But I mean, even at the charter school, 2008, we had a girl that she was an undocumented alien. She got in a fight with another girl, and she took her head and smashed it into the concrete sidewalks over and over. And the police came to the school to pick the girl up because the one that was the beater, not the beatee,
The aggressor.
she was already on probation.
Well, did you hear Charlie say the first day of first week of Paloma, there was a girl fight where they had a girl by the hair and were hitting her head against the brick wall?
Yeah.
I will pop you one and go to jail for the rest of my life.
No impulse control at all.
Right.
No anger management skills. No coping skills.
Maybe when I was very
Yeah, I did have that thought myself. I was like, They better do something because
Right.
that's not happening.
No. No. My relatives are coming to town. You better hide.
You're on the list. You're on the list. You're on our list now. We have a list now.
They're on your list, or I'm on this. They are. I'll put them on my list too.
Not sure. Are they martial arts? Not true. You don't talk to anyone. You had to let them know you were in martial arts or something like that. Not in Arizona. That's not like 2 or 3 times before they did it, because you can actually get in trouble for defending yourself because they can't
Your mom's a deadly weapon.
George, did you hear what George said, Mom?
Kelsey was the one talking when I said it.
Kelsey was talking and said something about a deadly weapon, and he said, your mom's a deadly weapon.
Somebody said something about being a deadly weapon, and George said, your mama was a deadly weapon. Your mama. Your mama. Well, in that case, it'd be me.
Yep.
So is Kelsey talking. I'm kind of pretty good age.
Well, that's like the Justin Bieber song, and it was like, my mama loves everybody, and she doesn't like you.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't talked to her in a while. How's she doing?
Oh, I need to message. Hold please. Talk to me while I do this real quick. I just remembered that I needed to message Indy and tell her she doesn't have to play music for me tomorrow.
Al, your dog wants out.
Audrey, take Rex out.
Oh, by the way, Rex is deaf.
Rex is what?
Rex is deaf.
Oh, really? He gets deaf and almost blind. I have to clap my hands and just walk right with her to get her to go in his kennel. That's been there for over a year.
Is this Maggie or Pickle?
Pickles. What do you think about Karen Reed? Do you think she? I think she did it. We all think so.
No, there's video in the last
I just wanted to let her know she doesn't have to play piano for me tomorrow. Because the only thing today we're gonna all sing tomorrow.
I gotta do the soundboard by myself tomorrow, so hopefully nobody picks up the wrong microphone. You all have your microphone, they're all labeled on the soundboard. No surprises.
I don't think so.
You think that family killed him? I don't think so. I think she's guilty.
I think the police shut up. Did you see the bruises and the messed up hands from one of the cops or whatever? Yeah. Yeah.
I haven't been paying attention to it.
I think what happened. Okay. Okay, so this is what it is, right? Oh.
This is what you think.
Yeah.
Someone was gonna bake something for Leland and take it over.
Rumor has it that
She really likes Leland.
Oh,
Leland
Leland.
doesn't really like her.
Because that girl wasn't saying everything there was.
I don't know. I am not paying attention to this. I see that.
The Karen Reed trial? Oh, the Karen Reed trial. I didn't think it was Karen Reed. I said Karen Reed. She asked me.
But yeah, I think it was.
Think so. They're trying to make it. The police are real crooked.
They are.
They're all together.
They are.
No, but in mind that these were police officers that are pulling people over for DUIs, but they were partying the streets, driving around drunk. That's what they came from, is the bars. They were bar hopping, and they were driving around drunk. And they were driving. So I think that they killed him. But she was drinking too. Shame on her.
I haven't paid attention to that court case they're talking about.
I don't know what they're talking about. I don't pay attention to court cases, period.
What did George say?
He doesn't pay attention to any court cases at all. I haven't paid attention to that particular one.
Yeah, I think it was set up. It wasn't a tip, it was a peanut fry. You tip it. Rick, you have a piece of that? Is this guacamole?
Did you see this? This is what happened when I took him to the Walmart.
Flavorful. Guacamole. Someplace we were to eat, all you ordered was guacamole. Down off my own heart. Food. See what everybody gets in the dish. One. They only got one. Don't pick out all the red ones. And you know the kids that John O'Keefe had, they were his sister. Yeah, they were because his sister had some like brain tumor, and then like and the dad died just like 6 months later. Like, yeah. I don't see what the dog has to do with it. I was watching yesterday, and they went on and on about the dog and where was the dog at, and they tried to learn about dogs, and they tried to make it seem like the stuff that was on his arm. And even if she did hit him, did she know she did? I don't think she. But I don't. Would you question it too? I don't think I'd be saying, I hit him. Did I hit him? I hit him. Me either. She kept saying, I hit him. This is my favorite cartoon. She says, mine too. I do now. I can tell you what her favorite movie is. Which one? Red Shoes. Oh, that's right. She watched that Thursday. She watched that Friday. Every time she watches your house, I'm like, I've never heard of this Red Shoes. The remake, sort of. I think the Red Shoes looks a lot like Audrey. Now I remember you saying that. Maybe that's why I like it. I had one when I was over there. You sure you didn't want it? I mean, yes, but no, I don't need it. I had with greens and cocoa. I was like, is it the book? Yeah, that's you can't leave them out there. Okay. No, they just fight too much, the two girls, and amongst themselves, and then I don't want the other dogs to feel like they need to get involved to help, because Oaks tries to help, and then they bark at him instead. Exactly. I'm ready whenever you are. Like two sisters. Well, I got caught off the time until we got with Sandy and Joyce, and then Jenna was so good. She is my best friend. That's so bad. Are we ready? Romans 4. Romans 4. But it doesn't show you guys hosting it, or not another family hosting it. It has James. Is this an actual person? Yeah, they're from. They live out there? Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Closer. That's awesome.
So when do you have to put the ribs on?
I'll do it tonight.
Yeah, well, that's what Judy asked for, was George to make barbecue for her.
That's nice.
We need to get your mama Lily.
I know, I said.
I got tulips.
Nice. What color?
And jammies. And jammies from I got the fruits from Jacob and Kelsey.
What color?
Yellow.
Oh.
You know, the only roses I ever got were yellow too.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing. You're a sunshine type gal. I am. I'm just full of it. Sunshine, sunflower. Was this supposed to be sat on this ice packet? Well, I sat on it. I do. I wasn't going to throw you under the bus. You're welcome to sit on that one, but that's not a pillow. I said the actual pillow that's in there, pillowcase on it, is like a memory foam one. But that's fine. Okay. She was sitting on this one. I was straight.
Well,
was big in her butt.
I think we're gonna have some flowers blooming when you guys come at the end of May.
Nice.
We've got our oh, what do we got? Well, I got lots of marigolds.
Some what?
Marigolds.
Oh, marigolds. I love marigolds.
I've got silver mound and silver dust. I love those.
Yeah.
Silver mound of the huh?
Those peonies never came back up.
Nope.
Lame. Rude. I'm sorry, what did you say? Peonies. Peonies. It's a little pocket with flowers. No, isn't it cute? Okay.
But the I think it's irises that are going to be blooming when you guys get here. I know. I think they're just purple. They've come up from bulbs, and I don't think they've come up before. So I'm like, you took your sweet time getting ready, but okay.
Carrie, I was just getting ready to tell Charlie and Jeremy. Be praying if you would for Scott's sister Wendy.
Mm-hmm.
She got her diagnosis of lymphoma, and then she was telling us today it's stage 3. Oh. And she is choosing to, yes, but not anymore, is she? Cigarette smoker? I know she smokes.
So lung?
What?
Lung cancer?
No, lymphoma.
I don't know what that is.
It's a cancer of the blood. She's choosing not to do the medication right now, until her symptoms get bad. So she's already stage 3 because she said taking the medication, the side effects of taking the medication is worse than the symptoms that she's got right now. So we're gonna wait and see how she does. But anyway.
Okay. What's her name?
Wendy.
Oh, that's one of my stepsister-in-laws. She doesn't have anything to do with us.
You met her at our vow renewal. It was her and her boyfriend. Real short dress.
Oh yeah, I liked her and her boyfriend.
Yeah.
They were nice.
She's very nice. She's a little weathered. I thought you said leathered, but okay. Weathered.
Rode hard and put away wet.
Well, she was with the same man for 20 plus years, but they were never married. But now they're not together at all. They have one son. So she made a profession when she was growing up of faith, but she's not been living it. So, but she's been very interested, and she has talked to me quite a few times, and is open to talking about the Lord. So I like that. Never a bad name.
Wendy.
You want to what?
Is that Tabs? Hi, Tabs!
On the back, for the back of my chair. Come here, girl. Come over here. Get up on my chair. Come. Silas, say hello.
Hi! Hi, Tabby!
Dude, I was in Romans. Now I'll never find it.
Where's your glasses?
Where are your glasses?
Where's your glasses?
I didn't bring them. You didn't bring them? There's no candy for any children that don't like Carrie. You gotta talk to Carrie or you get no candy. I know.
Did you get a haircut? Your hair looks shorter.
She got a haircut. She got her first haircut.
Nice.
Yeah, a couple weeks ago I gave her a haircut. It was her first one.
Nice trim. Looks good. yours last time. It looks cute. I like your hair. It looks cute. What, you gonna be in some hairband music video now? Can you twirl it? Guitars, Cadillacs, hillbilly music. Romans 4. How's Bob, Mom? How's Bob, Mama?
Bone cancer or something, right? When did he leave? This morning? Today. That's because he was there yesterday doing a lot of cleanup. But he did tell Mom. Mom said, "I'm gonna miss you when you're gone." He goes, "I'm gonna miss you. You're gonna be gone a whole week." Yeah, so sweet. She's like, "Come on with." Right? Come with us.
Separate beds now, Mom. Separate beds. Separate beds now, Mom.
Separate beds. Well, you have to because that's small. You can sleep on. What? You would not be sleeping on the floor. I have an air mattress. Kids sleep on the floor. Yeah, right. Exactly. The kids would be on the floor. They have younger backs than you.
And knees.
Right? Should we start? Yes. Cheers.
Dear Lord, thank you for bringing us together to study Romans. Please watch over us this evening and get us to faith tomorrow on time. Amen.
Subtle. On time.
Well, that was 9 a.m. 9 a.m. was on time. Just as you said, we gotta be there at 9 o'clock.
I know, I told Jacob that. That's the day they were saying, I was like, oh, I'm going to be there at 9 tomorrow. He's like, why? Like, we did 2 Q&As and something. Very exciting. He was listening to us and he kept told Mommy his language slur. Sing that anytime. We could sing that every week if you guys are fine with that. So wrong. He said, him and his shoulder pains that were saying, that's not so they really want to get around. Like from your dress underneath. Yeah. It's up to you guys are supposed to do. We'd love to have it. My mom's like, I don't want to sing my own solo. I was like, that's how it went. It would just be my past. Like, oh, sing it every week if you want.
I got my Mother's Day gift.
What'd you get?
I got a pair of pearl earrings from Lydia's jewelry store. I think it's from all 3 of them, but it's you know it's pretty sweet when you can use her discount.
Nice. Bonus. They have the.
Well, and I tried to make fries by myself. By myself. After 2 cups of mine. But
This one? Yeah.
Mine only has 23 or 24.
what year is it?
19.
Not bad.
Scott's has turned over to 100,000 miles.
Fancy
When we
that.
drive, usually,
And he gets driven it every time he's gone. Except for one time in California.
and he's taken it to the
Banana camp several times. I think I have 60 something of mine.
The Forerunner got 32.
He's taking this year to go with Jeremy this year.
I have no idea. I honestly haven't even heard him talk about that part of it.
Okay,
Should we start? Romans 4?
Romans 4. We will do like we did before. Okay.
No, it's not.
Let's get back though.
Okay. Then who's after me, just so I know?
I'll go after you.
Okay. What then shall we say was gained by Abraham, our forefather, according to the flesh?
For if Abraham were justified by works, he had whereof to glory, but not before God.
Who next? You. Okay. I'm free?
Yes.
For what saith the scripture? Abraham believed God, and it was counted unto him for righteousness.
Now to him that worketh is the reward not reckoned of grace, but of debt.
But to him that worketh not, but believeth on him that justifieth the ungodly, his faith is counted for righteousness.
Even as David also describeth the blessedness of the man unto whom God imputed righteousness without works.
Could you read that again?
Even as David also describeth the blessedness of the man unto whom God imputeth righteousness without works.
Saying, blessed are they whose iniquities are forgiven and whose sins are covered.
Blessed is the man against whom the Lord will not count his sin.
Blessed. 9. Okay. Did she read 7?
I read 8.
7. Okay. Hers didn't say cute, but it said something else.
Oh, that's fine. Cometh this blessedness then upon the circumcision only, or upon the uncircumcision also? For we say that faith was reckoned to Abraham for righteousness. And I didn't realize that circumcision stuff didn't start until a long time. I mean, Abraham had been around a long time before circumcision had started. Oh.
So then why did they start doing this?
When children of Israel came out of Egypt, I think is when they started. It's just
They're just
like,
like,
look at how many sets are on this.
Bruise it on his head.
Not the same thing. Or did they really get circumcised by
I think they really did.
How do you circumcise twice? Wouldn't you just get shorter?
You can't get circumcised twice.
George just looks really confused. He's like, what?
I can't remember where that was. I'm reading in Joshua or Judges. One of them. Okay, who's turn?
my turn.
Where are you at?
I think it's 10, yeah.
Okay.
How was it then reckoned when he was in circumcision or in uncircumcision? Not in circumcision, but in uncircumcision. That's all you read was about circumcision.
How many times was circumcision said in that?
I don't know. Too many.
I'm looking for 4 times.
Plus.
Oh, we got more circumcision.
Yeah, 11's gonna say it a lot too.
The sign of circumcision, a seal of the righteousness of the faith which he had yet being uncircumcised, that he might be the father of all them that believe, though they be not circumcised, that righteousness might be imputed unto them also.
And the father of circumcision to them who are not of the circumcision only, but who also walk in the steps of the faith of our father Abraham, which he had being yet uncircumcised.
So who are they talking about that uncircumcised? Who are those people?
The new Gentiles.
The new Gentiles? Well, they don't
Say
they
that,
don't,
right?
they don't have that circumcised.
No, but they're saved in this
Yeah,
chapter.
they're
This
saved.
saved.
So circumcised is the Jew.
So they're just saying you could still be with Jesus even if your penis is fully intact. All just kidding. Oh my goodness.
Talking foreskin.
If you're not, we love y'all.
Okay.
13.
13.
Maybe. There was a lot of circumcision out there. Or the wheels have gone off and the little hamster is trying to find its way.
Your little hamster has little reading glasses on in the book trying to circumcise.
What does that rhyme? For the promise that he should be the heir of the world was not to Abraham or to his seed through the law, but through the righteousness of faith.
So circumcision.
Not this verse.
No, what would you say?
I didn't say
I'm trying to say
I just said verse 1 and not saying
Vision.
no, had to be rhymed with apple pie.
oh my goodness.
Cherry pie?
She's my cherry pie.
So bad.
Make a grown man cry. Sweet cherry pie.
Exactly what that song is talking about.
So we're talking about verse 14?
Are we on 13?
No, she just said that.
Oh. No, that is Anna. Why are you taking it out? For if they which are of the law be heirs, faith is made void, and the promise made of none effect.
For the law brings wrath, but where there is no law, there is no transgression.
Therefore, it is of faith that it might be by grace to the end the promise might be sure to all the seed, not to that only which is of the law, but to that also which is of the faith of Abraham, who is the father of us all. But Adam was the father of us all.
But then everybody got washed away.
He didn't.
He was dead. Was he dead by that time? Adam was dead by
Yeah,
that
he
time.
was dead.
He dead too.
He did.
As it is written, I have made thee a father of many nations, before him who he believed, even God, who quickeneth the dead, and calleth those things which be not as though they were.
Who against hope believed in hope that he might become the father of many nations, according to that which was spoken. So shall thy seed be.
And not being weak in faith, who considered not his own body now dead, when he was about 100 years old, neither yet the deadness of Sarah's womb.
Okay.
I would like my husband.
Can you hold on a second? Because mine says, in faith when he considered his own body, which was as good as dead, parentheses, since he was about 100 years old, close parentheses.
Did he say anything about Sarah's dead womb?
It said about the barrenness of Sarah's womb.
That's better than a dead womb.
He was pretty much dead already since he was about 100 years old.
So, you had said that you thought that Adam was the father, which is true. So it says, Adam is considered the first man, the origin of human race, while Abraham portrays the father of those who believe, a spiritual father through faith. So while Adam is the father of mankind physically, Abraham is referred to as the father of many nations spiritually through faith in God.
Well, he's the beginning of the Jewish nation too. Right? You think?
3.
No more. Anyway, 20.
He staggered not at the promise of God through unbelief, but was strong in faith, giving glory to God.
21.
After being fully persuaded that what he had promised, he was able also to perform.
That is why his faith was counted to him as righteousness.
Now, it was not written for his sake only, that it was imputed to him.
But for us also, to whom it shall be imputed, if we believe on him that raised up Jesus our Lord from the dead.
We know what imputed means.
Put it on your books.
Sort of imputed. Give it to somebody.
Counted to us is what mine says.
Accounted to.
Yeah, that's a good
Yeah. The last one.
25. Who was delivered for our offenses and was raised again for our justification.
Once again, this portion of Scripture, Paul discussed the thinking of many Jews that they were better than the Gentiles. They thought they had been given an advantage before God simply because they were Jews and they could trace their ancestry all the way back to Abraham. Hearing the words of Paul that all men are children of sin yesterday when I was witnessing to Debbie's ex-son-in-law, and I asked him about did he know for sure and what he thought. He said, well, yes. I said, well, what do you think the requirements are? He said, I'm a Jew. He thought he was going to go to heaven just because he was Jewish. I think he accepted the Lord. I don't know if it's real or not. Anyway, Paul, of course, was not saying that God's laws are not important, but that it's impossible to be saved simply by just obeying the law. Paul uses Abraham as an example of someone who was saved simply by believing. Paul exposes their wrong thinking here. His message was that a person is not justified before God just because they were born Jewish, and not by anything they had done or anything that they ever abstained from. God's salvation comes through faith in Jesus Christ. God counts people righteous because of his grace alone. Someone once said that even though amazing grace is a favored hymn, most people don't believe in the message it gives. We are a DIY society, much like the Jews. Anyone could earn their salvation, and the gift wouldn't be free. It would come with strings attached. Trying to do it yourself is a useless task. All we can do is accept God's mercy and grace. Some people, when they realize that salvation comes through faith in Jesus Christ, begin to worry. Do I have enough faith? Is it strong enough to save me? They have missed the point. They've missed the point. It is Jesus Christ who saves us, not our feelings or emotions or our actions. He is strong enough to save us even if our faith is weak. And where does faith come from? From God. It's a gift. Yes. Salvation is offered to us as a gift, not because we've done anything to deserve it.
Your mom's a gift.
Just believing and trusting in Jesus and reaching out to accept this free gift. Romans 3:28. Therefore, we conclude that a man is justified by faith apart from the deeds of the law. Paul goes on to give an example of two famous patriarchs, Abraham and David. What can we do to get rid of the guilt we feel over past sins? King David. What? King David had committed the terrible sins of murder and adultery. Of course, we realize that sin is sin, no matter how little or big we think it is. The formula for getting rid of our guilt is this. Number one, we must stop denying our guilt and own up to the fact that we have sinned. Number two, admit our sin and guilt to God and ask for his forgiveness. Number three, let go of the guilt and believe that God has forgiven us. That's easier said than done. This is lots easier said than done. Boy, somebody wrote this and was smart. He said the same thing I said. We must realize that because of his death on the cross, he is willing and able to forgive us. He has even promised that he will not remember our sin or ever bring it up against us. Wouldn't it be sort of arrogant to think our sin is just too big for the creator of the world to forgive? Our faith is weak and our conscience is sensitive, and sometimes our past haunts us. God has declared that sins confessed are sins forgiven. God declared Abraham to be righteous before the practice of circumcision was given. This is another example that faith, rather than works, leads to righteousness before God. God called Abraham when he was 75, and the ritual of circumcision was not introduced until much later, when Abraham was 99. Ceremonies and
I decided that you lived to be 99 years old, but we're all circumcised. Now we gotta stop. Now I'm gonna stop.
Ceremonies and rituals are only to serve us as a reminder of our faith. They do not give us any special merit before God. They're only outward signs that demonstrate our faith and trust in God's promises. Our faith is focused on Christ and what he did for us, not on any actions of our own. Paul tells us that Abraham pleased God through his faith alone. For us, salvation is received as a free gift through faith plus nothing. It's not.
I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be free gift. Free gift. Free gift.
It's not faith plus love or faith plus good works. The promise that God gave to Abraham was that he would be the father of many nations, and that through him all the nations of the world be blessed. This promise was fulfilled in Jesus Christ, who came through the line of Abraham, and the whole world was truly blessed by him. Abraham never doubted God with his promise, even though he made mistakes, sin, and failure. Abraham's life was an example of faith in action. He looked to God, obeyed him, and waited for God to fulfill his promise. When we accept Jesus as our personal Savior, an exchange takes place. We give God our sins, and he makes us right before God. What a bargain. Why do so many people choose not to receive the free gift, but to continue enjoying this?
You'll get your left and right in the correct way.
She was talking about how she might be looking for a new church, and then she was talking about her son and how he's really been growing. He was going to a church that was like mostly college kids, but the last time he went and she decided to go with him, there was a woman that was preaching. He was not happy about that. And then he went to a small group, like a life group they call them, and he goes, I think I'm going to look for a new church. And she said, well, why? He said, well, I don't like the life groups because I feel like it's just people sitting around saying, what does the scripture mean to you? Yeah. Somebody telling you what it means. Yeah. Which I was like, well, that was Pastor Marcus.
Right.
And then she said he really didn't like that there was a woman preacher there, and he was really reading, he was not understand. The Bible's very clear about that. So anyway, I said, well, ever since you told me where he lived, which is where Arizona Christian University is, I pass it every day on my way to work and on my way home. Well, 4 days a week. I told her, I said, ever since you told me that, I've been trying to pray for him and his roommate when I go by. Now, obviously, I have not remembered to do it every day, but I have. That's when she told me about church and that she's looking for it. And I said, oh, he's looking for a new church. She goes, yeah, he's really looking for somebody who's going to preach straight from the word and is knowledgeable or whatever. I said, you guys should try our church. I'm not saying that it will be the one for him, because maybe that's not what God wants him to be, but I didn't ask before. I said, it wants to feel sheep right out of church, but she wanted to visit. She's like, we will. And so I gave her, I gave Joe Wesley. I gave Joe. Joe has one. I do have to get out here. Anyway, so I gave her the little cards that we have. Yeah. Be refreshed or whatever. One for her and one for him. So hopefully they'll be coming pretty soon. Yeah. Did you hear that? That was Tanya, the hairdresser.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. Her son has come back and is starting to she said, I really think he's big. And so now he's supposed to turn into sushi. So tomorrow they're not coming because they're going to her mom's. How her mom's in a convalescent home or MS or whatever.
Yeah.
They're going to church with her tomorrow because of Mother's Day.
Okay.
But she said that she would give him the card and maybe they'd come and visit.
That'd be nice.
Yeah. I really like her. I don't know why I waited so long to go see her. You know what I mean? Like,
oh.
You were going there for quite a while. And I guess I had somebody that I liked to start with, and then she retired or whatever. Anyway, I'm very excited about that.
Good.
I'm going to pass you on.
All right.
They're huge.
What you doing?
What kind do you want?
Yeah, same. Well, at least this time I didn't take my edible too much before, so I was like so quiet and like mom's like you're so stoic, and I'm like, I'm super high right now. Hey, I'm like, my back's not hurting right now. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Plus, I'll be able to sleep well tonight. I'm pretty sure of that. So, anywho, how are the kids?
They're Toby's finally being nice to me. Brett's so good. He had made something at school called a little pink one, and he was explaining to me a week or two ago how irritated he was because he wanted to take it home. And his teacher said, no, we're saving that for Mother's Day for your mom. He's like, I don't want to give it to my mom. I want it. And this is him also relaying the information to me as well. He's like, I don't want to give it to you. It's mine. And he kept reminding me, and then he said something about, like, this Mother's Day is so far away. I want my pinch pie. I'm like, why do I care? You're not giving it to me. He's like, yeah, I know. It's mine. And so I was like, whatever. I can't take this personally. And then last night I got home. I stopped by after work to help set up the ladies' thing today. And I got home, and then he had it already in a Mother's Day thing with a little Mother's Day card. And he said, Mommy, I'm going to share this with you.
Oh.
Take it. And then he had a little card, and inside the card it said, like, my mom's favorite food, eggs. Not wrong. Not wrong.
Her favorite colorless food. Not wrong. And then it was something like, what my favorite thing to do with mommy is cuddle. And he does get mad if I try to call anybody else Cuddle Bug. He's like, no, that's my name. He told me. His name is Cuddle Bug.
Yep, his name is Cuddle Bug. And Joe said his nickname is Love Bug.
Yes. And then it also said he likes to plant flowers with mommy.
Oh.
So someday if you do that with me, deep down, deep down someday.
Have you, speaking of plants, have you seen the meme with, like, this is me after getting a deal at the clearance plants, and it's Farquaad, and he's like, some of you may die, but that is the chance I'm willing to take.
I saw the pots that say something like dying soon or something like that. I was like, that's probably good. I love that though. I need to look. Oh, and the other thing, they just finished the season of I-9, and Tobias is doing really well with soccer. That came out of nowhere. And they won the championship. They had little blue shirts that said champions. I was like,
Wow.
so, yeah, things are getting serious. And then somebody was talking about league clubs, which I don't think I'm going to do. It depends, because I've always heard it's so expensive when it comes to traveling. But I was talking to somebody the other day, and they said, oh, yeah, my daughter did club, and it was $15,000 a year.
So we're not doing club. You're gonna learn the hard way. And we're gonna do like the city. And if you work your butt off in the city and somehow get picked up great, I'm not paying $15,000 a year.
Wow.
That's true.
Yeah. It depends on when their practicing stuff is, though. If they have multiple practices a week, I might not.
How did JoJo have his recorder recital yet?
Yeah, they did really good, surprisingly. Like, I was surprised.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen. The joyful mysteries. I believe in God the Father, the Almighty, creator of heaven and earth.
And it almost the entire time, the 10 songs, the kids were pretty much keeping pace. It was good. It was surprisingly good. Now, right, they sang some weird songs, as the fourth graders sang some weird songs, and then, I mean, kudos to the...
Isn't that faith in her own children to do good at recorder?
He really likes the job, though.
You're like, he does really like it. He likes his job, but he did take the first 2 or 3 minutes, which it's always funny because their microphone sucks. It's like wah 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 is what you hear half the time. And I was sitting with our family, and then I found a new friend, a mom friend who has boys in the same grades as. I know it took me a long time. Boys in the same grades as Joe and Toby, and they played sports together. So they were sitting over there too, and I kind of looked at them. I said, "Can you understand?" No. And then later on, I talked to her, and I said, "You know, it was really funny. He said a lot about what he was doing. What do you think about that?" She was like, "Yeah, I'm not really sure why he was telling us about his like background in music and his bachelor and master's degree and his dad and mom and how he could have been moving somewhere else like to Hawaii, but he decided to stay here with children." And I'm like,
That's so fun. Joe and Toby really like his son. Yeah, but it was good. And
it's hard. There's something to do every week. It feels like this year. Every single week there's just something filled. And I just finished my contracts for the grading, which is good. But now it's like every week this month we have something, and then pretty much now that the Mother's Day tea stuff is done, I have to go full force into BBS
your mom was telling us one week about all the stuff you were doing, and I was like, yeah, I'd be done for the day after the first thing. I'd be like, no, not do anything else.
Right? I need to slow down. And it was funny because we had the ladies' tea. It was funny. I was trying to find music for it. And we didn't have to do a lot of music, but I was having so much trouble. And I was joking with Jacob because I didn't know the theme right away. I was just trying to find some congregational songs for it. And then I saw the theme, and the theme was rest. And I was like, that's why I can't find music, because I don't know what rest is. Like that's a foreign word to me. And then it was good. It ended up good today, but it was all about, of course, Mary and Mark it was talking about how it's very easy to get better in your spirit when you're taking all these things. And even when you're being that Martha spirit and you are serving like you should, if you're not taking the time to rest like Mary and rest in the Word, it can be very easy to get better and very easy to turn away. And so I'm sitting there, I'm like, are you talking to me? Like, that seems really rude to be talking to this whole group and really be honest about that seems rude. I've been thinking about that though, because I've been really discouraged off and on the last year, but I've also been very busy, and I have not had any time to rest. And anytime I do rest, it's because I'm sick or I'm so exhausted I just flop on bed. So I know I need to take more time to just sit with nothing. Do something I want. It could be something even at night and sit around and do something, but I could be playing on practice playing guitar on my own, or planting some flowers, something like that. It's just something where I'm not needing to be somewhere or be on in front of people and be able to, keep face and all that.
You need to get your rest then, it sounds like. Say no. Start saying no to things.
I know what no means, and I start to say it, and then it goes, yes. I go, yes. It comes out, I don't know what it is. There's something wrong. I have no problem telling Jacob no. I have no problem telling the kids no. Jacob. Jacob's very excited. Yes, he does. So am I. What happens to this man who used to tell me yes all the time? You died. You can't lose me.
That's just not fair. They're like, that's not fair. I'm like, why is that not fair? They're like, even if all three of us voted, we'll always be somewhere else.
It's true.
Like, you get.
Then you get liars.
You're getting started.
This is not a democracy, it's a bureaucracy.
It's a holiday. It's your opinion. Sometimes they give us good options. It does win the 51%.
That was the other thing. The other day, we went to get, the kids were not being very good anyway, but it was on the way to church Wednesday night, and I asked Jacob to stop and get me a soda on the way. And so he stopped by QT, got me a soda and something else, and Toby said, am I getting anything? I said, no, you aren't. Why? You don't need anything. He's like, why do you always get something? I said, because I'm special. He's like, no, you're not. He said, I'm special. I'm like, no, you're not. You want to go there? You're special?
All I can think of is the guy from The Hangover. But did you die?
Right, did you die? She's already made up her mind. But I'm saying, if that is the right one, she's going to go to a lot of parties.
Has she practiced her signature with his last name?
Montoya. He's my mother. Yes, he also feels like he's called to be a missionary. So if she goes to camp where I'll be going, we'll go. It is. There's also she said that she's excited to go out there because she's gonna hug Lydia and Lydia and Audrey so much she's gonna hug into their souls.
Mm-hmm. Yes. That would be awesome. Yes, yes. I want one of those too.
They're very excited. She wants to meet these people.
Oh, and she's ready to meet these people. I think they would understand. That's probably
yeah, but she really wants to meet them. Yeah, she was mad.
showing the conversation. I wanted her to hear your conversation. I'm like, is it too big? Let me show you my boobs. Is it too big? I don't believe it at least a centimeter. And exactly, and she gives me all this stuff for not having a creature patch. Sometimes a little like centimeter cleavage is not to be in the mouth. Maybe 2 centimeters. Yeah. Hey, it's not that bad. Don't say it like that. You're making me sound like a hoochie mama. You don't wear all this stuff unless she was back there on the cake though earlier. Those pants are way too big for you. They did not do her butt justice. They did. They didn't. They just like held it flat. Like I'm a 10 pound flat.
Well, she said she was going to get some new clothes that fit.
What?
Well, she said she was
What?
going to get some new clothes that fit.
You were gonna get new clothes. Nana, you need someone to go with you. Those do not fit. They're too big. Girl, why can't I try it on? You gotta try on and make sure. You gotta make sure, try on and make sure it fits. They're all cute.
They have to let you in on this issue.
Who's so hood looking?
Burlington.
Oh.
Party City clothes. So now, home is down there anyway. But now that Party City is closed, it's been a lot of homeless. And they have somebody letting you in the front door, like a security guard or whatever.
Oh, wow.
Like it's a VIP.
Right.
Yes.
I do like very important GMAT person. Whatever that acronym is. Very important GMAT person. Whatever that acronym is.
I mean, you could wear a cami.
I can wear cami. I do usually. I should have.
Well, I noticed you had adjusted it several times. You had adjusted it several times. I was just like, she's obviously thinking it's too big in front.
She doesn't know how little she is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, 115.
No.
What are you doing? I'm showing nothing. I shouldn't say.
One of a kind.
Yes.
There's bananas over there. Kathy, I have bananas.
The Astor's grandson that's just crazy about Tabby. He brought her a whole thing of bananas. Tabby, I brought you bananas. He handed her.
There's a whole big bunch of them.
And then as we were leaving, we're like, okay, tell Luke goodbye. And she goes, no. And she turns around like, rude. And you hear his mom picks him up and you hear him say, I want Tabby back.
I feel like that is.
You want to play, Teddy? You want to play?
I feel like that could be something down the road.
Much older than him.
I'm 20 days older.
What was that?
I'm 20 days older.
Daddy was 9 months older than me. Well, I didn't get my blood test back from the doctor. And when I go to follow up on Friday, diabetic, not pre-diabetic. My cortisol level was enough that it didn't show up on the chart. And she said, I'm surprised you're awake sitting here. I said, well, that explains why I get up in the morning and I sit on the side of the state. Do I really have to be on the bed because I don't know, I mean, it takes me a while to get going. My iron was low enough that she wants me to go to this place by my work to get an iron IV once a month for a couple of weeks. I'm falling apart. But she sent me in a prescription for, well, she sent it in for Mounjaro or whatever that is. It's for diabetics, but metformin has way too many side effects. You don't take it for too long. I don't know. Julia's been on a long time. Julia's diabetic. She's trying to switch over. There is another one that she can switch over to, but she wanted to see what my insurance was. Well, my insurance sent me a text message. No, not my insurance. My pharmacy sent me a thing and said it was $808. That's about the price of it. You got a prescription deductible. And then I don't know for sure. She said Wegovy is not. It's good for losing weight, but it's not for diabetics. Yes. You don't want to lose. But there's another one starts with SY or something like that she said if they don't cover that one, this one would be good too. So we'll see. But that's a shot like in your thigh or your stomach or whatever once you do it at home. I'm glad you gave me a shot. You're an expert. I think I can get it to myself. But thanks for taking one for the team. I know it's like Thursday night at 8:30. Can you come over and give me a shot, maybe? I think that would be But anyway, I'm glad I went because my blood pressure was real high last week, the week before last. And she said that the iron and the cortisol and the blood sugar really contributed to the high blood pressure. What's that? Sorry. She said that I should, if this doesn't give me the help that I need, that I could get one of those and then see what foods are affecting my blood sugar more than others. I already cut out the bananas. And the rice. White bread. Brown rice though? I don't know. It's actually worse for you. If I'm going to cut out rice. Yes, she did say I need to avoid it, but I could have some rice, but it needs to be wild rice. Yeah. I did. So anyway. It's a little wild. We'll see if I feel that. But I'm definitely going to try to.
It's nutty, I like it.
I really need to look up some stuff online as far as like diet that I should be on. She did say that the high protein and vegetables and stuff would be good, but I don't have to cut out carbs altogether, but they affect your blood sugar, so. Really? Where does she go? Nice. Diabetes friendly RV trip grocery list. Jeremy was looking up. Yeah, 3 dozen eggs. I better start saving eggs. Oh, you got the eggs, that's right.
Well, we've got 3 dozen that we're going to hand out to people tomorrow.
You're going to do what with them?
We're going to hand out, well, it's actually more like there's 3 dozen and then an 18 pack. So over 4 dozen we're going to hand out tomorrow.
Yeah, Jeremy put in food for, named off all the things. Like gluten free and Diet that's good for ferret's esophagus and diabetes, and so we'll all be good, very healthy, kind of health conscious like food as we go on this RV trip. Good. Yeah. She did say I could have coffee. I specifically said, could I have coffee? Don't say I can't have coffee. She goes, no, you can have coffee. I said, so usually I drink it black or I drink it with sugar. Mango. What color? I think I want to tell me. Why do I say no? You said no blue. I was like, at least here.
I get my coffee with honey and milk. Honey and milk in my coffee. I get my coffee with honey and milk. The raw unfiltered honey with honey and milk in my coffee. Really gonna help my allergies, so yeah.
We've been taking off.
I get my coffee with honey and milk. The raw unfiltered honey with honey and milk in my coffee. Really gonna help my